Hey.
How's it going? Sorry I wasn't really on at all today. I got on for like maybe an hour.
Also, IV got Bloodborne agent for 7 days.
Oh, you should have told me. You should have sent me a message earlier so I would have seen it when I got on. I would have been more into staying on. The trial ended at 4 a.m. yesterday. I was in the middle of helping someone when I got... It said the trial was only... It like put a black thing over the screen that said the trial was only available for this period of time, and I could see the overlay. Like, I could see underneath it and see that the other person that I was playing with also got stopped in the same moment. And we were both like, "Aw." You could tell. I think I was the first one to click OK on it, and then it kicks you back to the main menu. And you have to close the application pretty much.
Lol.
I was just like, ah. Are you gonna play Bloodborne? Because, I mean, I'll help you. I mean, like, right now.
I am not going to school tomorrow, so we can play.
I'll try and go to bed earlier then. Man, I have my camera set so much more sensitive. Well, I mean, if you wanted me to just co-op with you on the stream, I don't really want to be in a party or anything.
I don't think I'll have internet on my PS4 for much longer.
Oh, right. God, this combat is so much more rudimentary compared to Nioh. Oh my God, my fingers feel lazy.
If it's day on Act 2, I'll hop on.
Goodbye. And that's so much easier in this game. It's not even comparable.
Be right back, gotta use the bathroom.
I should have used the elevator. Or the cage. So come into the cage and become Nana's shade. No one can catch us. No one can stop us now.
Some say cousin. Do you hear our prayers? No. We shall not abandon the dream. No one can catch us. No one can stop us now.
my way. Oh, he turned. What a sly Cooper.
In back.
Oh, you troll. Gotta do the troll boss now. Don't finger blast me. Such a hard first phase. It's always the second phase that's a pain in the ass.
Majestic! A hunter is a hunter, even in a dream. But alas, not too fast.
Excuse me.
Cheese.
Love the music. No! That's what I need to use. Get out of my way. This is some of the worst RNG I've had on this fight. Holy crap, he just turned around. And he turned around to... Stop turning around. Oh God. Holy shit, you got me. Holy fuck, he didn't visceral. You got me again. He didn't visceral.
Lol, this shit is stupid.
I glitched it out as well. There's supposed to be a gate here. Shit, that's so hard to dodge. Oh, there we go. Now the gate's here. Would you go away? No, no, fuck! I dodged it the entire time and then fucked it up at the last minute. God damn it. This is like the worst boss fight in Bloodborne. No! Give me the good RNG, not the bad RNG. Come on. Go right. God damn you. Oh, you little fuck.
No.
No staminars, bud? Where did he go?
This boss is definitely fucking up people's speed runs.
Oh yeah, 100,000%. Luckily, some weapons are good enough to get an occasional hit in or two when you're not even in the fighting room. Which is the only saving grace about this, because it's less hits you have to get when he's actually fighting you. And he loves spamming that fucking a call beyond. Holy crap, can we please do this the normal way? You going in? Yeah, there we go. His AI finally clicked to go in here.
majestic.
At least he was nice enough to let me R1 him to death.
Is a hunter, even in a dream. But alas, not too fast. Nightmare swirls.
Oh, we got good RNG. No, you cock. You can even pre-call beyond you before you jump in, so don't hesitate. Like that. No, why would I do that? No! God damn it. Nioh bosses have terrible design. Meanwhile, going ting tang tong 1,000 times is apparently good design. Or this, for that matter. He does 3 moves. He attacks with his fists, he shoots tentacles, and he does a star explosion which one-shots you, pretty much. This boss is actually what made me quit doing NG cycles of this game the first time around. Because he's so bullshit. It's not even that he's that difficult. He just is bullshit.
Nice RNG.
Yeah, compared to the 2.5 minutes of walking around that I did the first time. Get out of my way. Good RNG this time around. I'm gonna use small boy this time. No! Son of a bitch, dude! Good RNG wasted. In higher NG cycles, he one-shots you with everything he does.
Just put water stop Taslim. Oh wait, sorry, I forgot.
It's arcane damage, bud. Doesn't exist in Nioh. God damn it. Honestly, if this was like Cleric Beast or something normal, I would have killed it already. But because it's fucking Mikolash, it's gonna take me all night just to beat him. My first attempt was my best attempt, and after that I can't dodge the shit properly. Holy shit, even the fucking mannequins do a lot of damage. Oh, this is bad already. It's gotten worse every time. Stop! Holy fuck, dude. And these, like, random-ass misses are not helping. What a boring fight. except I'm hitting him for 420 each time. The power of Snoop compels you. Oh my god, dude. God damn it. I didn't dead angle him. Just go into the thing, dude. Come on. Such a waste of time every single time. Jesus Christ.
Majestic!
The simple answer is just use the cane, forehead. Fucked with his RNG so hard he didn't even do anything. He just meleeed me at the end. He is so RNG dependent. If you ever wanted to know what it feels like to just be playing a slot machine in the form of a boss that can attack you and kill you, that is what that is. And I beat him by rolling a dud like 3 times in a row. He didn't roll the jackpot and cast fucking 3 Akal Beyonds in a row. How would you even reliably beat him in NG plus 7? Without just getting stupidly freaking lucky.
Is in 7. As. Is there anything beyond 7?
No. 7 cycles, 6 NG pluses. Technically, it'd be NG plus 6, but there's 7 if you're counting new game as a cycle. Seven cycles including new games, 6 new game pluses. People just say NG plus 7 to refer to like the hardest difficulty because that was how it was in DS1. And that's the game most people are familiar with. Oh, come on. There's always gotta be some fucking cocknose waiting here for PvP. This game's PvP is dead, bud. Why are you waiting here? What are you doing? Get out of my game, you jabroni. Get out of my game. Go. Go off in the distance. Go. Really? Really? You have that low a standards, dude? Really gonna R1 me, bro? Okay. Okay. No, I delayed that second R1. Oh my god, he's just gonna fucking Dark Souls straight sword me to death. This is the biggest loser move I've ever seen. You know what? You know what, bud? You know what I think about this? Come and follow me, loser. Come on. You want to be a straight sword fucking idiot? Come on. I'll be your Mikolash. See you later, nerd!
How do people even PvP in this shit? It is so boring and looks unresponsive.
It is. It is exactly those things. Nerd! Catch me if you can. But it looks like I already have the head start. Yeah. He's nowhere to be seen.
Go play For Honor. It is a better PvP swordplay game.
And what's funny is people only invade in these areas because it's the only areas that you're basically going to ever get invasions in.
You can just keep progressing.
Oh yeah, with a person in my world, you just trigger the boss room and it automatically boots them out of the game. That's the best part. I'm not against fighting people. I'm just against people who use the fucking only the straight sword and just spam at max distance just hoping to catch you with the fucking weird phantom hitboxes. I'm just doing this to fuck with him, because I'm not actually going to do the boss. I want to get full health, or full blood vials and stuff. Cool, thanks for wasting my and your time. Loser. I don't even know why people bother to do that. I don't even mind invaders. It's just that kind of invader is a special type of I don't give a fuck about you. Using Bone Marrow Ash, which he probably buys with the souls he earns from PvP, to actually shoot damage at people and constantly parry bait with R1s that will hopefully phantom swing. It's just like, that person knows every way to kill a person very easily. And it's just like, who fucking cares, dude? It's a 5-year-old game. It's like, get over it. You like, people like that take it way too fucking seriously. And it's those kinds of people that I love fucking around with, just like that. I'll just leave them in the fucking dust. I don't even care about honor. There's no honor in these games' PvP systems. People are so deluded. It's not even funny.
How people play the Souls game and the only thing they are excited to play is PvP, lol.
Yep, I've met people that are like that. Especially on Xbox 360. Back in the Xbox 360 days, I used to know people who hated playing through the normal content and only wanted to play through it so they could get stuff to do the PvP with and fuck with people. That's all they wanted to do was PvP and fuck with people. And it's just like, okay, what kind of fucking warped ass motherfucker do you have to be? People who only used to play games like Call of Duty prior to playing a game like that. And that's the people that I talk about being bandwagon jumpers. Who act like they came up in the streets with everyone else. But they ain't screet. No, that's gonna hurt. No pink mode. No! Ooh. Oh yeah, I don't have the music box. I was going to say it earlier, how Mikolash will take me several tries, but the boss after Mikolash will take me almost 0 tries. It pretty much doesn't matter the difficulty. And guess what? Now Farkhead can't invade. Enjoy.
I think this boss was the last thing I did.
Yeah. No, you did Gehrman. Wow, you guys are twins. It'd be nice if I could change my lock onto that guy. Got so used to Nioh where you could just press backwards,
How many bosses are left?
back right. 3? Because I didn't do Dark Beast Parl. Because I hate fighting him in high difficulty. Oh, and Lawrence, but I'm not going to kill Lawrence. He's way too hard. People think Orphan of Cause is the hard one. I think Lawrence is way harder.
So I did beat the game?
I don't know. You tell me, dude. You played it.
I don't even remember.
You played it, you goober. This will be one of the last NG cycles.
2 years ago for 3 days, LOL.
Yeah, whose fault is that, bud? Jeez. Don't leave autoplay on your computer unless you want something really fucking loud to pop up randomly. It happened to be Good Mythical Morning, but it's like, what the fuck? That's not at all related to what was playing on the computer before I had my earbuds in. I was listening to fucking Slipknot earlier. How did it turn into Good Mythical Morning? What the fuck? YouTube's algorithm's like, here, watch this stuff. Don't watch that stuff. Where am I going? I needed to go down. If for whatever reason you only wanted to kill her and not the baby, you can kill her without killing the baby. But if you kill the baby, she dies automatically. Nice. Just what I needed.
Rip little baby.
I had to do it. Now, did I go to the abandoned old workshop and pick up the umbilical cord there? I'll know if I have the abandoned old workshop yet. Alright, so now Parl? Parl's gonna be a pain in the ass to get to now, though. Oh yeah, I wonder if that glitch is gonna work this time, or if I permanently broke the terrain in my game. Because there's like a place over here where you can clip through a wall, and you can fall down and skip most of the level, but for whatever reason on this character it's glitched out and it doesn't work anymore. But I can swear to you it does work. It worked on this character a playthrough ago. But for whatever reason on this playthrough I can't get it to work. My character just falls through the place that you're supposed to land. Right here. Damn it, I fucking missed it. That's way too far. God damn it. What even is that supposed to be, dude? Just an amalgamate. What's that thing from Rick and Morty? Oh, what the hell did they call it in that? Why does that keep happening? This is what I mean. I could get it to work consistently before. I can't get it to work at all now. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Almost didn't roll far enough. Oh my god, I realized how shitty the run back is gonna be to Dark Beast Parl. Oh, fuck. And there's gonna be Wolverine. Oh yeah, very fast. I'm not ready for this guy right now. That just pushed me out. Oh.
This place sometimes does this weird sound that hurts pretty bad and I have to hold it in place because it tries to dislocate itself.
Get him! Oh! Oh my god. I can't remember what that's called, but that's like a type of muscle spasm problem. I used to get it when I jumped on trampolines. My toe would start to become contorted and it would like cause my entire foot to like start to hook. How far am I from leveling up?
Very well.
754,000.
Hold on, say that again. The stream froze for me. The last thing I heard was it happened to
Gammon
you.
awaits you at the foot of the great tree. Go on, good hunter. Very well, then.
Oh, I get the same problem when I used to jump on trampolines. It would feel like my foot would be like balling up, and I couldn't like stretch my foot out. It would feel like it was if you were making like a fist with your hand, but you couldn't stop your hand from making that fist, is what it felt like. It's like a muscle spasm type thing. Sorry if my stream's glitching out. I don't think it's on my end, because it's not giving me any like your stream will experience buffering or whatever.
But it's only my big toe on the right.
That normally means you have a pinched nerve somewhere in your leg or something like that. It rarely ever stems from a problem that's actually in your foot. That's like you need to do more stretches and be more physically active. Which is easy for someone like me to say when I struggle to do that, even though I'm in a, well, I don't want to say I'm in a better physical condition, because I'm the person who's had a lung collapse and have a lot of these medical problems, so. I need to take a second though. I'm still kind of tilted from Mikolash. Sorry. Weapon at risk? Oh no. Holy diver. You can see those.
Are you doing DLC bosses as well?
I already did them. I spent like an entire stream on Orphan of Cause. I guess you didn't come to that. That was like a week ago. I guess you didn't come by when I was doing that. Because I mean, when I say I spent an entire stream, I literally spent like 3.
Lol. No, I didn't.
Shit, my controller just turned off randomly. Sorry about that. What's weird is the entire time I was playing Nioh and shit like that, I never had a problem with my controller or anything disconnecting. But I started it up today, and earlier when I was playing Bloodborne, even before this, I started up and my controller disconnected like 2 or 3 times in a row. But it didn't disconnect when I had it not plugged in. It's like something's going wrong with my charger cable or some shit.
To me more often, I don't know why.
Oh, so you've been having it happen too? I wonder if that's one of the glitches in the recent firmware of PS4. It's not even like it gives you a warning. It just cuts out. And then when you turn it back on, it'll last for the rest of the time you use it. It's like completely bizarre sometimes. Like I said, sometimes I have it where I'll play and it'll never turn off on me. Sometimes I'll have it, it'll turn off 2 or 3 times. And I mean, I've had this like issue for like almost a couple years at this point, but
if it just cuts off, then it's fine.
But it was always sporadic. Like I said, I could go weeks without it happening once, and then it would happen like a couple times in quick succession or whatever. It used to happen while playing Crew 2. And it just drive me right off the road in the middle of a race where I was in first place or something, and I'd be like, fuck. Shitty wireless peripherals. I would die for a PS4 controller that plugs into the actual console. I mean, I know you can do that, but there's no PS4 controller with a hardwired cable. You have to get a cable that's detachable, which then just gets worn out over time and then doesn't work properly anymore and randomly disconnects the same way that the fucking wireless ones already do. Sorry, like I said, I was taking 5. But yeah, on to what I actually titled this stream about. Nioh 2. So one of the things I was thinking about is how many main missions do you think will be in the game? And I guess my other question would be, how many bosses do you think are going to be in the game? We know of 6. Maida Toshie, Danjo, Cleaver guy from Trial, Spinny Boy from Trial, Snake Boy from the beta. What was the first one in the beta? Fuck, I can't even remember. In the trial, or in the alpha, it was another Spinny Boy.
Well, 2-5
but
mission
spinny as in a tornado boy. I guess spoilers. Spoilers a little bit. I didn't say much more about it, but yeah. And then the alpha also had Snake Boy. Hopefully they fixed the problem that the boss and the alpha had. Oh wait, the first mission.
I didn't even hear you cause the bot, so it's good.
See, I was thinking more along the lines of like 24 or 25 bosses in terms of unique, like yokai and human bosses. And then of course there's going to be a repeat. If they do it like Nioh 1, then we'll probably see bosses that were bosses in one area reused. I'd even like to see Nioh 1 bosses return as enemies with new moves. I'd like to see Ogress make like an appearance and stuff like that. Because I do think there's going to be stuff like that, especially when it comes to the Abyss. I think the Abyss in Nioh 2 will and this is just a theory, will probably use bosses from both games and be more randomized. Hopefully anyways.
Yeah, a 3-5 unique seems possible.
And then, in terms of the main missions, I think there's actually only going to be like maybe 20 main missions and probably about 25 to 35 submissions. But if we're counting like full-on bosses as like submissions as well, like Maidatoshie and stuff like that, then you could add like another 6 or 7 onto that list. But those I don't really consider like main story bosses because they're optional and a lot of people don't do them their first like time through the game. Like a lot of people don't beat Tachibana until they're later on in the MG cycles, if you know what I mean.
Yes,
some people will.
Also uniques though.
But I've met a lot of people who never fought him in the first difficulty and just instead went back once they were OP to kill him.
In going to play every mission, do every training my first go.
Well, yeah. I don't even know if I'm going to do multiple characters this time around like I did in Nioh 1. I'll just save my one high-level character and always use that for new DLC content. That being said, if late-game Nioh 2 is like horrendously difficult, then it might turn out to be the type of game where playing through new game is just the funnest thing to do. So we'll see. That's why I said, like, I wonder how the game's going to be balanced, because I wonder how many people like me were doing solo Yokai Realm with a companion stuff just because they wanted it to be slightly harder. And honestly, once you get built up, that shit doesn't even feel that tough to do by yourself, even though the enemies have more health and there are more of them. Like, the bosses don't feel that much harder and stuff like that, once you know how to tackle the bosses anyways. My first time fighting Spinny Boy, I thought he was completely unfair, but now I think the opposite. I think it's unfair to him. you master the art of the phantom parry and have 2 or 3 people doing that, and the boss is never going to do a move. I mean, you could say the same with brute counters, but brute counters are so much slower. And if you miss a brute counter, like timing good, you're just super armoring through an attack that could kill you. I know because I died in the beta to that so many times using the brute counter to try and get out of a burst attack.
It takes one good run and it kills everything.
It would just kill me through the like burst attack. Whereas with the phantom type, as long as you land the counter, you don't take any damage or have to worry about trading or anything like that. And if you're in the dark realm, the counter is arguably better because you get that extra damage, the 3 spikes. The thing that you did by accident and wondered, whoa, what was going on? With the perfect time counter in the dark realm. So you got the yokai shift version of it. Again, the same thing happens if you do brute counter, but brute counters one is way harder to land because it's basically like a Dark Souls 3 parry. You have to do it so far in advance, like pretty much as soon as the red pops up.
That's what I was saying with the brute, since you have to trade 90% of the time cause it as super slow.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why, like, when you were using brute and saying it was good, I'm like, it's great, but like, especially when the content is super hard, trading with enemies is just something you can't do when you die in 2 hits. You just can't afford to trade. The only situation I would probably say that the brute is better is on the fucking monkey boys, because timing the counter on their spam ass attacks is very difficult. But for most other enemies, it just takes learning the timing for the button, and you'll get them every time. Plus, again, I like the fact it can be used as an active block in the middle of animations, like a guard point. And if you time it right, the block is actually super good. Hold on, though. I need to use the bathroom, and then I'll be back.
I am going to use the blue guy at first when the game comes out to see how his parry is like. Feral, I think.
Alright. Give me a couple more minutes while I talk some more. But yeah, the feral counter is pretty good. It's just harder to time, and it moves your character, which is the hardest part about it, to get good with it. It's like a forward dash counter is the only way to put it. And you have to nail the enemy with it in the last portion of the animation to land the actual hit. It's kind of like a more active version of the brute counter. It's very weird to time. It's not that it's bad, it's just not my thing. To be honest, the living weapon forms are kind of disappointing. And the fact spirit isn't a stat anymore. And I don't like how they don't show you the stats of guardian spirits anymore. In Nioh 1, you could see what the stats of a guardian spirit was, like how long it lasted, what its health was like, what its tenacity was, and stuff like that. In Nioh 1 and Nioh 2, all of those stats are completely hidden, even though they are still there.
LW isn't even worth using, like I said, LOL.
The sad part to me is just the fact that they're still there, but they're just not showing the information. You can't press like left trigger to see more information about the guardian spirit or the form. Yeah, and they kind of reinforced it not being worth using outside of like just to save your ass. Is the only time I use it. When I'm like surrounded with enemies, I'm at low health, I'll use it. But normally what ends up happening is I'll use it, I'll hit an enemy, I'll use like a yokai skill in yokai shift because they get buffed slightly when you're in yokai shift. But of course the thing that sucks about yokai shift is when you change into yokai form, you have to rebuild your anima up. So you can't just change forms and immediately use a yokai skill. You have to smack an enemy a couple of times. That's also why I don't like the brute one. Because the brute one is honestly the weakest living weapon in the game, probably. It's slow, it's cumbersome, its only unique attack is like a shove counter, which the game only tells you about in like one tutorial for it that most people glaze over and don't even know exists. It has like a parry skill like Haze. The brute yokai form does. It has like a parry where if you land it, it'll shove the person's head into the ground and slam a fire explosion on them. But it's like good luck being in the moment when you're both in yokai shift, have enough yokai meter left that you can both parry and follow up with the parry before running out of stuff after having to build up meter to do it. So it's just like, or anima or whatever. It's just like, why? Blue is so much better in that regard. You charge attack on blue turn your shit into a chakram and hit like 400 to 500 damage from 20 feet away. Phantom is the best living weapon currently, just in terms of its damage and its functionality. You can pull yourself to enemies by pressing the left trigger, aiming, and then throwing the thing like I was doing, and you were like, what the fuck are you doing? I was throwing the thing because you can use it as like a guided ranged projectile like a bow. The only thing that's weird is it pulls you into the enemy every time, so you have to back up, shoot a new one, back up, and shoot a new one, but you can still do it. A lot of the other living weapons don't offer that kind of like functionality to them. Especially the feral one. The feral one is probably the worst when it comes to just its straight up usability. The triangle is a dash attack that combos out of the main attacks, but the main attacks are just super spammy stuff. And unless you upgrade the daggers by doing the hold triangle attack after killing an enemy, it won't do any fucking damage whatsoever. It will do pitiful fucking damage. You'll hit, like, if your normal weapon, like the weapon you use to normally hit enemies is like upgraded or decent, you'll hit them, like say your weapon hits for like 500 damage, right? In the feral form with the living weapon active, you'll hit for maybe 150 to 200 until you upgrade the daggers, and then you'll hit for like 300 to 350 or so. You deal such reduced damage compared to your normal weapon form just to be spammy, because the moveset is just like just with constant hits over and over and over again, and it just loops infinitely. And you just end every combo with the dash attack, and it's just, if you like that kind of thing, cool, but it's no different than like mashing R1 and Bloodborne.
I can't wait to have an anima build where I have 2-5 or something ridiculous.
Oh, there isn't going to be that much possibility, because there's no stat which lets you maximum upgrade your anima permanently. So it'd only be based off of the stuff on gear, and so far it's the amount that you get on gear is very low, and like with other stats, it's only available on very specific things, which require you to use only those specific things to gain that one benefit out of them. And in my opinion, with most of the yokai skills not being as good, it's not worth focusing on anima anymore. I mean, it's good to have anima regeneration skills, but having a maximum cap of anima doesn't matter, because most of the good spammable skills that existed are no longer spammable or good. The only one that's worth spamming is the tornado, but even then you want to do the tornado, you want to do the spinny boy and then attack with your normal weapons, because the whole point of that is discording them and putting the water debuff, so they take more damage. You wouldn't want to just go spin, 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 because you can hit way more damage doing like a fucking Morning Moon combo in high stance with a single katana. You're gonna hit for like 2,000 damage on that weakened boss.
New bosses are gonna have new cores.
Yeah? What makes you think that they're all of a sudden going to be better than what the ones we've seen so far are? I will find it hard to believe that there's going to be a better skill than Spinny Boy and Wide Swing. Flip was good, but now Flip is not worth to spam anymore, so it's like, that was like the main move. Unless a level is like a permanent dark level, or there's like a debuff to be in the dark realm all the time, then it will be useful, because then you'll want Hammer Bro to spam that fire AoE all over the place. But until that exists, or if it even exists, it's just not worth it. And it just won't ever be worth it. unless they decide to add an anima cost down
Dark
skill.
levels could be a cool idea.
Because if you could have a skill on a thing where it was like reduced attunement cost and reduced anima cost, and then you could slot on anima from an inheritable other soul core, then that would probably be the best. But then you'd have no regeneration skills like Amrita absorption anima bonus, which is what I prefer to have, because in Nioh 2 you get so much more Amrita off of enemies, because unlike Nioh 1 where as you get higher level it consolidates the chunks into one tiny chunklet, in Nioh 2 it's always 2 to 3 chunks that fly out of an enemy, even if it's only 1 to 2 Amrita, which means that getting Amrita absorption based effects is a lot better, because it happens all the fucking time. You pick up loot, it triggers all the time. You swing at a small yokai enemy, literally every single hit gives you Amrita, and the screen just gets filled with green from the life recovery from Amrita absorption. Well, I mean for, like, the Abyss. Like, if, you know how, like, Nioh 1's Abyss has, like, negative side effects. If they had, like, one of the negative side effects be, like, the area is a impermanent dark realm, or something like that. Where it's like, you got to, because Dark Realm makes your living weapon last twice as long as well. So it's more advantageous to have a living weapon build in a level where it's the Dark Realm. Because, I don't know if you went through all the shiftling skills, but there are several skills in the shiftling tree which benefit your living weapon. Like, there's a skill that increases your living weapon's length by like 10 to 15% if you're in the Dark Realm. On top of the skill that you can get that gives you like 5% extra at all times. And you can still get, like, stuff that extends your living weapon. The only thing that sucks now is Amrita doesn't automatically absorb into your character when you're in living weapon. So restoring the meter doesn't really happen.
Yet I actually got that skill at the start of the game.
Yeah, but it's not that useful until you can have, like, more shit put into Shiftling to make the living weapon better. And even then, it's like, why put points there in Shiftling when you could get, like, Soul Core healing or Anima Cap at the bottom of the skill tree or something like that.
Yeah.
That's the one I'm surprised you didn't go for. But you didn't scroll through the skill list like I did to learn every single skill. So I knew it was there, I just didn't go for it because, like I said, I don't value the anima cap being that high anymore. I just don't. Because I don't think, although I do think yokai skills are worth using regularly, I don't think it's worth having your entire build focus around them. I think it still is a better idea to have your build focused around stuff that benefits your character more than anything else.
I got Soul Core healing and Burst counter healing as well as Dark Realm recovery.
I wonder how fast that leveling up is going to be in the final game. If that leveling up process is going to be like, oh, you'll have like level 20 shiftling before you're halfway through the story. Or if it's like, you'll have level 20 shiftling when you're at the last level, or something like that. That's why I want to know how the scaling system works. Because, at least in the beta and last chance trial, the higher level you get, the harder it becomes to get proficiency for stuff. And I guess that's them trying to make having proficiency bonus as a skill on armor and trinkets actually useful, but no one wants to have a dead stat on their gear that's sole purpose is to level up shit. Like, no one wants to wear Moxie's Endowment in Borderlands, but the few people who do get it only wear it because it gives you 4 or 5% extra XP in combat. Whoa, dude. That means if you get 1,000 XP, it's an extra 50. Whoa.
Edgy.
That's why I don't understand why Moxie's Endowment exists in Borderlands 3 as a legendary relic. It's like, are you fucking serious? It was a quest reward in Borderlands 2 that I don't even think most people even got, because you have to side with Moxie on a quest that doesn't benefit you to side with Moxie, because the other side of the quest gives you a better item. At least if I remember correctly. All I know is we never did that quest line when we played. There were certain quests I never played with you.
Can't wait to do more in-game testing when it comes out and getting the pre-order in next week.
Welcome back, Taters. Did you even play the Last Chance trial, you heathen?
Probably 4 or so days before it comes out. Also, hey Tatters.
I swear. I swear, if Taters didn't play Nioh 2 or isn't excited for Nioh 2, I don't know what kind of person he is. Played Code Vein but wouldn't play Nioh 2's trial.
Hello, garbage man.
That's Hyro. Gyro.
Also, the demonic set they re-giving you at the start seems to be the Nioh weapons that were broken at the start of the game.
dear, oh dear. What was it? The hunt? The blood? Or the horrible dream?
I like how my character just stops what he's doing to let him stand up. It's like, beat him in his wheelchair. Grind him to a pulp. Don't let the old man stand up. He's lived for long enough.
Down to the hunters, help her to clean up after these sorts of messes.
Old people burning, put your hands up.
Tonight, Gammon joins the hunt.
Old people burning, that's kind of messed up. Oh, jolly geez. I don't know if the wheel was the best decision I ever made. Oh, it definitely was not a good decision. Oh, my damage. Whoa. Whoa.
Can't wait for all the pre-order noobs wearing whatever heavy armor and not keep pulsing at the start of game complain about the difficulty. Cringes McCringe.
Oh, sharp biscuits. This is gonna take forever. Oh my god, can my character aim at him?
Dude, I pre-ordered the game and I got this sick rat and ninja thing going on, but I can't stop dying.
You...
Yeah, I literally stopped at Gehrman. I can do it with 7.
Bad RNG. I might have to repair this.
Be right back.
Frame rate, please. Frame rate.
What a shitty boss.
What do you
Are
mean?
you cold? Oh, good hunter.
You killed him in like 5 seconds.
Yeah, and if you don't know about that mechanic to hit him in the face after that animation, that boss can seem incredibly unfair because it sets you to 1 HP. It's better than Mikolash. That's what I started out this stream doing. That boss has no design other than run away from you and spam incredibly overpowered attacks that kill you in 1 hit. It's a way worse design boss. I killed Marigo's wet nurse in one try. All I did was walk behind her and press L2 and she died. I'd argue that that boss is worse than that one.
Signed and sealed.
Mikolash doesn't he count LOL.
Don't say that to the Souls community. Or else you get spammed with Cosm references. NG +4. You wouldn't tell because I one-shot most of this stuff, but that guy actually
They
dropped
don't
something.
even play the games, they re too busy being toxic on the forums.
Yeah, I haven't played Bloodborne in like 3 years, but I have a valid opinion on the way that you think about the game. Why don't I take fall damage anymore? Did I, like, cross a certain level threshold where my physical defense is high enough for me to not take damage from certain heights? Because you should take damage from falling past those boxes there. You want me to show you a cool skip you probably didn't know about, if I can get it to work the first try? Because it doesn't work if you don't do it first try. No, having max HP has nothing to do with it. It's not like Dark Souls where it doesn't show the HP all the way. Dark Souls 1, if you have more than like 1,400 HP, the game doesn't even show it. And only once you start taking damage past the point of the HP bar that's visible, will you actually be able to visibly see how much damage you're taking. Because there's no damage numbers on the screen for how much damage you're taking. What? Here, let's beat Cleric Beast first, and then I'll try and do skip. Wait for Pyro to get back, because I want him to see it too. Sorry, I was trying to get him to go over the ledge. But they're not as floppy as they are in the other games. Don't copy that floppy. Want to see some damage, boyo? Don't kill me. Don't kill me. No! Fuck! All my rolls got off-timed. God damn it. An NG +3, I don't even think I think I got hit once That's why I prefer using Cane, though. Alright, let's go. What? I could have swore I rolled that at the right time. Why did that happen last time? People who say threaded cane is bad make me fucking laugh. Look at that damage, dude. It is insane. There we go. Why'd I even try the Saw Cleaver? Oh my god. Do something, motherfucker. Jesus Christ. How did I kill the one behind that one? First. How? How? Alright, skip time. Yeah, I knew that was gonna happen. No! Why do they both have to use the fucking running attack? Oh my word. You know what? Just die. Huh? How did I not get hit and how did he not get parried? Okay then. Okay then. I wonder if you can hit her with a firebomb from here. That's not a firebomb, dumbass. Yeah, I should have figured. Now let's see if we can do this. No!
LOL.
No, I fucked it up again. No! Whatever. I did it last time. I went through NG. Why don't I take fall damage, dude? What? Hold on. I don't take fall damage. If I did that glitch properly, this is where you would land, right here. You'd run along the fence up there. What you do is you jump off the wall and you do a aerial attack so that you land on the fence, and then you run along the fence and jump off over this way, and you survive. And that's the skip. But if you break the boxes like I did, there's no going back. You're dead, bud. Gun 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 gun. That might be one of the fastest Gascoigne kills that have ever occurred. And I'm not even tooting my own horn. That might actually be one of the fastest Gascoigne kills. He ain't worth shit, dude. 90,000? I got like 400K from... Jeez.
you're... Oh, what? Oh, take this.
No, character, don't gesture. That's the real speedrun killer. What the hell? I like Super Mario'd that. Ran over the gap.
It is dangerous to go alone. Take this.
Oh, I think you're gonna face the hunt there, bud. Watch this. Since I don't take fall damage. No, I can't roll. Why didn't I roll? And then it queued up a double roll. Yeah, that's right. Go back there, Hunter. That will hit me for 3/4 of my health with one R1. He made it through the stun.
You have inside or something.
He got me. Holy shit, that didn't hit though. Stop! That's what you get.
But remember one thing. You're not hunting beasts.
Probably the first time anyone's ever seen him killed legitimately. No. Get down there. No! Well, I still take fall damage if it's from high enough to instant kill me. You only get 6,000 souls for him as well. That's so like fucking fuck you, bud. That's so like eat a nut, dude.
Where the fuck is that garbage man? I think he got kidnapped.
He probably just went to watch something else. I don't blame him. Alright. Why does it not let me roll when I hit the ground? As long as it's not far enough to kill me in one hit, I can survive it. It's not like dying fixed it either. It's clearly a problem with either my character or my game save. No, I fucked it up. Don't fucking die, retard. Stop fucking around with items, just kill the fucking boss. Get out of the corner. God, are you serious? Yeah, I should have figured that wouldn't happen. Should have just did that from the beginning. I don't know why I fuck around so much sometimes. Who needs shortcuts? Oh my god, I never fucking lit the lamp in Cathedral Ward. Absolutely retarded. Oh my god, I'm going too fast for the game. You'll see that a lot with me. Wow, not taking fall damages. So good. Bye-bye, health. Let's see if we can do Cathedral Skip. Almost. Don't. No, I was on it. Hey, that's cheating! Nerd. No, I almost had it too. I've never done Cathedral Skip successfully before. I've gotten the camera change to happen, but I've never been able to actually make it from where you activate the glitch to getting out through the Forbidden Woods without getting killed by one of the giants or one of the chapel fuckers. I should probably open up the other gate so I don't have to do it during the glitch. Fail. Loser. God damn it. Fuck. God. Fuck. Freaking goons. How do people do this reliably in this speedrun? Thousands of fucking practice times. I can't even get up onto the fence regularly, dude. What? Damn it! Oh my god, my character didn't even roll. Why can't I get up on there? Is he doing the same fucking thing?
Back.
God damn. All I want to do is get on that fucking fence. Fuckers. Welcome back. There we go, I'm on the fence. No, why can't I make it over that? I guess I need to do a running jump or something. God damn it. I have a fall damage glitch that's occurring, Hyro. I can't take fall damage unless it's enough to kill my character. Otherwise, I take 0 fall damage.
Do it.
No, I'm just saying it's already active. I don't know how I activated it. Son of a bitch. How did it lock onto the guy through the wall? My blood stain is up there. This cock-sucking motherfucker. Just trying to land on that fence is so fucking hard. I'm gonna give this like a handful of more tries and then just say fuck it. At this point, the skip isn't even benefiting me anymore. It would have actually have been faster for me to just kill Vic or Amelia and go and use the password normally. What the fucking roll distance? It just ate my roll distance. It was like, oh, nom, nom, nom. Your roll distance is mine. What the fuck is that message? This is one of my favorite songs. I realized I ran at it too sharp of an angle. I'm trying to figure out where the sweet spot is, but honestly, again, like I said, I don't know how people figure out how to do this kind of shit consistently, because it's so fucking finicky. On top of all the other fucking variables you have to deal with. The tank controls after you even manage to get the glitch off. Controlling the fucked up glitchy character on an unleveled character. And actually making it to the part of the game that you need to. With the glitch occurring. Of fucking madmen. Those people don't count. They shouldn't even be allowed to be on speedrun leaderboards.
Lol.
Oh my fuck! I love when it just doesn't even roll. Like, I'm pressing it early, too. I'm not even, like, pressing it just because I'm on the ledge. I'm pressing it early because when I press it late, I don't get any distance. God damn you. Fucking stupid. It would be so much easier if I just went and killed the boss. So I need to jump left right there. What? I didn't get the death cam though. I guess you can't jump. You have to roll. It just has to be at the perfect angle. Holy shit, I did it. You think you could press buttons fast, Hyro? Good fucking luck. Try pressing 7 buttons in half of a second. Honestly, that's more impressive to me than doing the fucking skip. How's that for fucking fast-ass button action?
Nice.
Ooh. God damn it. It's such a finicky fucking jump. Now I can save and quit the fall consistently, though. I've got the mental map down. I mean, like I've said to people, I used to play fighting games, so doing fast inputs is not my problem. Okay, then. That's better than...
You played fighting games?
Yeah, I've said it several times that I used to play fighting games. The last fighting game that I played regularly was DFO, which is technically a beat-em-up slash fighting game. The PvP is a fighting game, but the actual, like, normal gameplay is a PvE, looter, side-scrolling action game. Also, I just realized I got sidetracked. I don't play it anymore because my account got fucked up and I can't get back into the game. But I always recommend people to play it, because if I could play it, and really it's just I'm too lazy to create another email just to play the game. But I always tell people that if you want a fighting game that is both loot orientated, like Nioh, it has like different rarities of loot, 12 different classes, 3 different subclasses within a class. Like you could be a priest but be an exorcist, which specialized in like a scythe and weird attacks like Sign of the Cross exists in that game, except for it's an exorcist move on the priest where your character slashes twice with the scythe and makes an X, like a blood cross in the air that goes outwards and shit like that. Very, very complex game. If you go and watch like clips of people fighting in that game, it's complex in a different way. It's not like Tekken complex. It's more complex in there's so many different character variations and gear variations and stuff like that. That is a game you could easily sink thousands of hours into. I've just already done that.
What is it called?
Dungeon Fighter Online. DFO. It'll run on any potato computer as well, because it's 2D. Like Realm. It's not a Flash-based game, though. It runs off of its own launcher and engine.
Be right back.
God damn it! Whatever. I'm fucking done with this. Fuck that stupid glitch. Oh my god, you're tracking. I was waiting for the frenzy to pop before getting up. Oh no. Really? I was hoping the invincibility would save me, but I guess not, even with the roll. Didn't even need them. I don't have oil urns. Sorry, I was looking something up real quick. Oh my god, I forgot how obnoxious fighters were. I was watching a fighter versus Slayer. I forgot how obnoxious the fucking grab combo is with the fucking fighter. Oh my god. But that game was a legit fighting game. You didn't do any moves. You never did any moves in that game that did like a crazy amount of damage. It was a very brawler type game, which I liked a lot more because there was a lot more room for mistakes. Because it's more like a beat-em-up than a traditional fighting game, because you have the verticality of the level to equate for. You're not just stuck in 2 dimensions. You also get the forward and back dimensions. That's why some people look at that game and they go, oh, it's just like a shitty Maple Story, what? But that game is way, way more complex and way more involved. Like I said, it's an actual fighting game, except for it's a looter fighting game. It's got tons of dungeons and stuff like that in it. The only thing is that because the game is based out of Korea initially, the game has fatigue. If you don't know what that means you can only play the game on a character for a certain amount of time each day. Now, that doesn't mean you can't do PvP. You can do PvP and like little events as much as you want. But specifically the dungeons themselves, you can only do so many dungeons and stuff like that a day because they don't want you staying on the game all the time in Korea. They have like a very strict policy about that kind of stuff over there. But trust me, if the game came out of Korea enough so that Koreans were like addicted to the fucking shit for like a couple years, back in like 2012 to like 2014, that game really was, or I shouldn't say it was exploding. I mean, games like League of Legends and shit were always greater, but DFO to me was the fighting game, the Nioh equivalent of a fighting game in a weird way. Just Nioh doesn't have as good of combat design as that game does. That game has crazy, crazy combat design in both PvE aspects and in PvP. PvE is like juggling groups of enemies and doing like crazy combinations of setups for different bosses and stuff like that. Because boss type enemies sometimes have special characteristics or traits about them that you have to look out for. Again, the whole verticality of the screen and stuff like that adds to the gameplay of it. That makes it's like a Streets of Rage, if you've ever heard of that. It's like Streets of Rage meets like a Virtua Fighter kind of thing, where it's like the combat is not exactly super crazy fast-paced, but it's not slow either. It's got more of like a methodical timing to it. And it also depends on what character you play, of course. It's like I said, there are like 12 different classes, and each of those classes have like 3 different ways you can build the character. Think like Borderlands skill tree type stuff. You spec into a like specialization within a character, and then you'll have a whole slew of moves which are unique to that like specialization, and then you'll have basic moves which all types of that character will have. Like all priests are going to have a weapon launcher. A weapon launcher just being like a scoop attack to launch someone in the air. Because the priests in that game, you start off using giant wooden crosses as your weapon. But like I said, you can get scythes and stuff like that for the Exorcist. That game has crazy weapon variety because each character has its own weapon type. And even within a character, each specific subtype of character also has its own weapon type in some cases. Like fighters have tonfas, but you can get different types of tonfas and different types of fist weapons and stuff like that. It's free, so if you have an email account or something, it's on Steam and you can play it through your Steam account email. Obviously, you will get extra stuff through doing it through Steam if you want to. But it's free to play. It's easy to get into, and to be honest, if you wanted a game that will like more properly hold you over until Nioh, and you'll probably even like play Nioh 2 and probably want to go back and play that game.
Yeah, I might check it out.
I tried to show it to your friend Brandon that one time, but he said it was shit. But I can't help but feel that's because he doesn't actually enjoy games like that. Because that's all done with like the arrow keys and the W8. I set up my controls different than the stock. Because like, for example, Z, X, and C are the attack buttons by default. For like 3 basic abilities. But you, depending on the character, and this is why different characters matter a lot. Different characters have way different ways of setting up their key bindings and how their skills work. Not every single character functions the same way. Like, for example, the Reaper class and the Priest is a more input-intensive class, where some of your abilities are like down, left, up, right, Z, or something like that are more like Street Fighter or Tekken-esque. Whereas you have certain characters which specialize in combo chains, like the Slayer, where the Slayer doesn't necessarily have complex inputs. It just has a lot of different singular inputs that can all be chained and strung together. So it's like, even within different characters have vastly, widely different functionality. Even the mage characters in that game are fun to play. So that says a lot, because even for me, I hate playing mages a lot of the time because they're boring and you don't feel like you're kind of doing anything. But mages in that game can be super fun. There's like 3 mage type classes with, again, their own subtypes within those classes. And they all do a very different variety of spells per class. So, although on the surface level you might think, how many different things can you make in a 2D fighting game? That game has pretty much every possibility of something you can do that isn't a Tekken 8-string input combo. Where it's like down, up, down, left, tap X, right up, circle, half circle, back. And it's just like, jeez. Some of those things are just insane. But that's also used to be tricks in like certain racing games. Like Splashdown and Sledstorm, they all had complex trick systems. SSX is another one. SSX Tricky and SSX 3, the 2 best SSX games. But no, Tricky is not better than 3. Tricky is not better than 3. 3 is the best SSX game. I don't care what anybody says. The free roam mountain option, once you cleared all the peaks and you got to go down this fucking 20-minute long top to bottom snowboarding like thing, where it was just had multiple branching paths and stuff like that. That game was so addictive to just pop in and play.
SSX
If that game,
cool, I've seen it before.
If SSX 3 existed on PS4, that would probably be half of my streams. I'm not even joking. half of my streams would probably just be me free riding in SSX3 from top to bottom. Just because that was one of the funnest things for me as a kid. That was something like when people talk about, oh, they used to have a game that they always came home and played. That was one of the games for like a solid year. I would come home and I'd just do runs in SSX. Top to bottom, 20-minute snowboarding. Mostly because I also snowboarded back when I was younger. I wanted to be able to do at least some basic stuff from the video game in real life. And I was actually able to do that. I wonder if I'd still even be able to do that kind of stuff nowadays, or if I'd pull like some serious muscle. I'd have to definitely take a couple trips up there before I'd feel safe doing any spins or anything like that. An impressive trick I did was a 360 Indy. An Indy is a reverse seat, is the opposite of a seat belt. So if you could imagine a seat belt coming over yourself in a car, except it's your arm, that's a seat belt. So you're reaching over the left side of your body down to the board. An Indy is the opposite. You're reaching to the, depending on which way you're going, you're reaching to the back side of the board over with your left arm. And that's an Indy. So you'd basically be going to a jump. You basically just jump up into the air, grab the front side of your board with your opposite arm to the end of the board, and also contort your entire body to put in circular motion so you're spinning while you set up to grab. It's actually a lot easier than it sounds if you work your way up to it. Like, you're obviously never going to start with a 360. You start with doing 180s. And then you start by doing the grab by itself, no spins. And then you start by doing the spins, no grab. And then you start by doing simple grabs, like a melon or something like that. Just grabbing the center of your board and then letting go of it and stuff like that. And you eventually just work up to the point where you can just do that because you know where you are in the air because you have experience going in the air. A lot of people have trouble landing backwards, so sometimes people actually do find it easier to do a full 360 instead of a 180 when doing a grab. Even if they can do the 180 without the grab, because you land backwards. And if you aren't comfortable going both ways on your snowboard, then that could result in you taking a very serious header. Because a lot of the time, although people are like, it's snow, how do you get hurt? Trust me, groomed snow is just as bad as concrete. Groomed snow on a cold day where it's gotten this icy crust, you will get ice burn on any exposed part of your body if you scrape any flesh along it. It's just like hitting the concrete. You just smack and you're done. Well, I wouldn't say you're done. I fell over a lot when snowboarding. But people who say it's not painful are just idiotic. They don't understand how groomed snow works. Groomed snow is not soft. It is hard. Soft snow you can't go as fast on. That's why they groom it. Soft snow? Soft snow is funner to ride in, though. For me, anyways. I like soft snow because you can have a lot more control. But there's also that, like, internal worry of if you're in a soft snow area and the cliffside is steep enough, you might cause a mini avalanche. I say mini because none of the mountains around here are big enough to actually cause a detrimental avalanche. But I've seen miniaturized ones before, where you go down a part that hasn't been groomed or something yet. It's like a fresh foot of snow or whatever, and you, like, do a skid through it, or you come in going really fast, and all the snow just falls with it. And you're basically just riding on this, like, moving bit of snow for a bit. But it's only, like, the surface level. Like I said, a mini avalanche. There's probably even videos of what I'm talking about on YouTube. People riding through fresh snow. I love snowboarding though. I wish I was in better physical condition to do it still.
Love how you stream for a long time. I'll definitely be watching you for upcoming FromSoft games. Till then, these current ones are great.
I stream for a long time because I don't got anything better to do. Also, a thing you'll learn about me is I've become volatile towards FromSoft titles. Not due to FromSoft themselves, but due to the ever-increasing knowledge about the games. The fact that, I don't know if you ever used to watch Jimmy Neutron when you were younger. I know this is going to be a weird cartoon reference, so if you don't understand it, then so be it. But one of the ways that I like to describe From Software is on Jimmy Neutron, there was an evil villain on a couple episodes of that cartoon. And this evil villain was like a scientist that created these basically complex machines that he'd never finish. He'd put all the work almost into it, but then not finish one or two things about it. And that is FromSoft, except for they took it to another level. Demon Souls, completely unfinished Archstone, which was a built-in part of the story, explained in the well, not the opening cutscene, but the second cutscene after you beat the first boss and talk to the what the hell do they call it? The true elemental or whatever. The monk guy sitting up in the second floor that people spend like an hour figuring out where the fuck do I go on their first playthrough. The monumental. That's what it is. And that's just Demon Souls. You go into Dark Souls, you have entire unfinished areas of the game with just copy, pasted, dropped in things.
2 straight, that Jimmy Neutron thing reminded me of her.
Terrible, like, unfinished parts of the game with unfinished bosses that feel very lazy. And not to, like, put blame on the developers, but it's like, Jesus Christ. If you're that much of a slave to your publisher, even though that game's what got you popular, I think you need to start taking control of your own company. They shouldn't have made a Dark Souls 2. They shouldn't have even let Bandai Namco be their publisher. Dark Souls 2 was another one that was unfinished on release and had to have a complete separate version of the game, which, like, separated the community for a long time and still does separate them to some extent, where people are like, they like the original DX9 version of Dark Souls 2 better, but they don't like the Scholar of the First Sin DX11 version of it. because of the changed enemy placements and various weird glitches, like the Falconer's running animation cycle being all fucked up because of the change to DirectX 11, and them making like foolish animation choices when it came to DS2 and the way that that game was built, which is what makes DS2 so different from a lot of the other Souls games, on top of the fact that DS2 had the horrible problem happen in its development that most people still don't know what the fuck From Software was talking about, where they were like, oh yeah, we couldn't make something in the game work properly, so what'd we do? We just had to basically remake the entire game. We threw our old lighting engine out, we threw everything out that we had working on PlayStation 3s already and shit like that. No, we're just gonna throw that away, and then we're gonna make all the lighting and all the textures look just bare bones because we can't optimize anything. And then we're gonna release a shill of a game that has level geometry design of that of a toddler, where it's just shit stacked on top of each other with just skyboxes. Even Borderlands has better fucking level design than DS2 does. And that's not like, that's opinion, dude. No. There's objective good and bad things about game design. You can like something more regardless of it being designed worse. But arguing that something is designed better when it's simply worse is just the fallacy of the Dark Souls argument that I hate getting into every single time I talk about Dark Souls. Because people put Dark Souls on a pedestal where it's like a 9 out of 10 to a 10 out of 10 game, when it's actually just like a 7 to 8 out of 10. 7 because I don't like the way that a lot of the end game is designed in the games. I don't. Bloodborne is the only one that I like because Bloodborne is actually decent at endgame. And I mean that as in like its replayability. All the other Souls games, their replayability dwindles so massively because you don't even want to spend time killing enemies anymore, because it's not even fun. All you want to do is fight the bosses, which then the bosses are super jacked up, and if you're me, you can only have so much fun hitting the same 400 damage every single hit, while bosses just get stronger and stronger, and you don't want to have to constantly cast Sacred Oath and Deep Protection or all of this other bullshit every single time you want to hit more than 500 damage a swing, because the entire game has been balanced around a straight sword. Like, I can't get over enough how people have convinced themselves that Dark Souls games are well-designed games. The fact that that company got successful selling something that is basically an unfinished product every single time they've made a game is unbelievable. Almost no other company gets to get away with this and have their fan base tout their game to the highest of accords. No other developer gets away with this. Only From Software. Because their community is so self-convinced of its, like, righteousness. It's like, and I've talked about this before, Dark Souls ascended beyond a video game to become a religion, to the point where people call other games Souls-likes that have nothing in fucking common with a Souls game, outside of the fact that you use iframes to dodge and you swing a weapon at the enemy, which already existed prior to Souls games. I have talked about Beowulf on Xbox 360 as probably one of the leading examples of a game that already had Souls-like mechanics in it before Souls-likes were a thing, 2 years before Demon Souls even came out. But no one talks about Beowulf because that game had a Thrall system where you controlled minions as well. But the base combat, you had a lock-on button, you had a ranged weapon, you had the basic core concepts of what a Souls game was, existed in that game. And plenty of other games too. Miyazaki has openly talked about all of the games that gave him inspiration to make those games. But people just fucking ignore that. People ignore the fact that games like Shadow of the Colossus and Nioh were Miyazaki's inspiration, even though those games weren't necessarily RPGs. Because Miyazaki joined the company as a person who didn't do major programming or anything like that. He pitched the idea of a Souls game and had the rough assembly of Demon Souls built and had to keep pitching different ideas to their dev team back before he got the respect that he has nowadays. And the funniest thing is, because of this lack of respect that he got early on, in Demon Souls, the only way to see the Praise the Sun gesture is to have a specific talisman on and cast a specific spell. And your character will do the Praise the Sun animation while you cast it. And that's because when Miyazaki tried to pitch that gesture as one of the things in the game, the people like at the dev team at the time laughed at him and thought that was like silly in a way. Like, why would people want a gesture like that in a way? So he snuck it in, I guess, with one of his other friends or something, whatever small team he was working with at the time on Demon Souls. He snuck it in, and then that became a thing which then carried on into Dark Souls and became what is known as the Praise the Sun thing from Solaire. But that started in Demon Souls, like most things. Moonlight Sword is not unique to fucking Miyazaki Souls games either. That's the thing that pisses me off too. Moonlight Sword existed in every FromSoft game before Souls games even existed. Every single one. All the way back to King's Field 1. All of the games had the Moonlight Sword. It's their in-joke. Even Armored Core had a Moonlight Sword upgrade for one of your fucking mechanical arms in the game. I get driven up the wall on a regular basis. It's why I can't comment on YouTube and why I can't go on the subreddits anymore. Because people are just deluded maniacs about the fucking games. They're the kind of people that make fun of me because I like Nioh. And everyone in the Souls community just wrote Nioh off as a shitty Souls clone with random loot. I don't like having to deal with loot. It's like that fucking comment, Hyro, Hot Garbage, the guy who's in the chat. He was looking at Nioh 2, or not Nioh 2 subreddit, but Nioh subreddit, because he just wanted to check out like clips and stuff people were posted, and he came across a post where someone was like, I played Nioh 1 right before Sekiro came out, and then Sekiro came out and I played that non-stop, and I finally ended up beating it like a week ago. I went back to play Nioh and Sekiro just ruined the game for me. I guess it's that Sekiro just made the perfect combat, or whatever the fucking guy was saying. And to me, I just want to instantly detonate that post. Not because that person doesn't have an opinion, just because I don't think that person even liked Souls games before Sekiro. They like action games. Sekiro is an action game with barely any RPG in it. You don't have to worry about loot. You don't have to worry about a dumb upgrade system. All you gotta do is smack the enemy and death blow them when they're at low HP and collect the item that increases your health by an insignificant amount. Oh, and make sure to get the stuff for your tools that you're barely ever gonna use any of them of, because only 2 of them are like useful at all. Oh, but it's like Game of the Year. Game of the Year, a game that people put fucking 40 hours into and never play again. Meanwhile, that same person goes and plays fucking Warframe, World of Tanks, Fortnite, Apex Legends for another 100 hours. A free game that doesn't get Game of the Year, but has way more people playing it. I don't even like those games. But I view everything from a rational, logical standpoint. When there are less people streaming Sekiro than there are people streaming Bloodborne, Bloodborne is more deserved to be Game of the Year. The only time Sekiro had more people streaming it was when Sekiro came out. A month and a half later, guess what? almost no one's fucking playing it because it has no replayability. If everyone liked it as much as they say they do, then they'd still be fucking playing it. But the game has no replayability, and it's just an experience. And although it may be a good experience to some, you cannot compare Game of the Year games with story or games that you're only going to play through once. Games can't be judged on a first playthrough because most people don't have the money to buy games on a regular basis. So people want to buy games that they're going to get their money's worth out of. And you know what you're not going to get your money's worth out of? Buying a $60 game that doesn't have any fucking replayability. Whereas you can get a free game that has infinite replayability, that has been constantly updated for the past 5 years, and was never even offered to win a game reward. I get so angry at modern video gaming sometimes. The fact that sorry, water went down the wrong hole and I can't fucking talk right anymore. I got like the high-row thing where just something stuck in my throat. I don't know. I'm not trying to be the guy that is the likable person in any community. I don't care if someone dislikes me because they don't agree with my opinion that I don't like a game, but people who try to argue with me facts about games and how they're played and what makes a good game, I just don't. I honestly don't give any of those people time of day anymore. Because most people nowadays have no rational concept of how to judge a game. And most of those kinds of people are the kind of people that look up the entire game before they've even played it. And, I mean, if you can do that and play the game and still enjoy it, then I guess the game is good. But if you don't play it after that, then was it really worth your money? That's why so many people pirate games like Sekiro. I would bet you, I wouldn't even have to doubt, that Sekiro is probably the most pirated FromSoft game. And I hate saying that as like a negative trait about it, but it is. I know 2 people who have pirated it on PC. 2 people that I've been talking to in a chat site recently who pirated a game that they say is an awesome game, but they don't give the company money, do they? No. They just get the game for free because they don't have to worry about any online bullshit or cracked game bullshit. They just get it and play it. And then they're done with it. Like most of the games that those kinds of people play on PC. Bloodborne would be the least pirated FromSoft game because it's pretty much impossible to do that. And again, Bloodborne has a regular higher player base than most of the other Souls games do. Except for like PC Dark Souls 3 maybe. PC Dark Souls 3 still has a crazy amount of people that play it because of mods and stuff like that, but I don't necessarily count that because if a person's playing mods, they're playing mods because the normal game has become boring for them, which normally happens after the 2nd or 3rd time, like I say. Games like this lose their charm very easily, especially Souls games. That's why Souls games are games that people always say they wish they could erase their brain and play it again. because having the knowledge of the game doesn't make the game any more enjoyable. It in fact makes the game less enjoyable because you learn about the things that are unfinished or the things that are poorly designed, like half of the game. Or repeated design types or completely stolen designs from things that they just liked. Which is fine, don't get me wrong, but good design is not copying someone else. If you were in a class, if you were in an art class, right, and you drew a dog, and the kid next to you drew a dog exactly like yours, as if he traced yours, but then he put a mohawk on it, is that good design? Because he stole it and then put a mohawk on it? That's good design? That's FromSoft design, in case you're wondering why I'm saying that. FromSoft is the kid who steals from someone else, puts a mohawk on it, and then is like, look at my cool work! I did this! Look at my Beast of Darkness from Berserk! Look at my Hollow Soldiers from Berserk! Look at my Batsuo from Berserk! What is good design? Is the question I ask most people who play Souls games, or consider themselves an aficionado of game design, or just consider themselves a gamer in general. Because I think you'll find, if you try to view Dark Souls from a rational standpoint, you're not going to rate it as highly as people talk about it. Because it's just not that good. People let Vati Vidya's lore videos bring the rating of the game up higher. And stuff like that. Because they give so much investment into something that has arguably worse writing and worse story plotline development than, like, Disney films. And I don't mean that because there's no cutscenes. I mean that because Dark Souls can all be summed up with time is convoluted, the world collapses in on itself, it was all an illusion anyways. That is literally Dark Souls. Explaining anything more than that is just verbatim. The curse doesn't matter because the curse was already the entire world. The entire world was already ash. Everything was already shit. Everything you were doing up until that point didn't matter. It didn't. It's just a write-off. Up until Dark Souls 3 Ring City, there was at least some semblance of plot line that was going on, and then they just basically took a hammer and fucking... They took the biggest nail they could, about the size of a steak, and just sledgehammered that shit into this monolithically sized coffin. And they were just like, they tried to keep Dark Souls in, but every single time they try to do, a maggot crawls out and eats a hole through it, and then all the maggots come pouring out. I give the utmost respect to the people who pulled out when they should have. People like Ian B and stuff like that, who tried to hold it together initially. Even with Demon Souls lore being as convoluted as it was, they tried to make sense of it. And it all didn't matter in the end anyways. Even Plague of Gripes, like, expressed his hatred towards DS2 and DS3. And if anyone you should listen to, it's gotta be Plague of Gripes, because he has a very profound understanding of writing and level design. And just a profound knowledge base about the games. If you're ever gonna watch anyone play through Dark Souls, if you're bored, go watch Plague of Gripes. He is someone I would rate a 9 out of 10, a 10 out of 10. He does mostly art videos now and stuff like that, if you're into art drawing and shit, but besides that, very, very awesome dude. Also, Hyro, I don't know what happened to the Japanese girl. I assumed she just stopped coming by because she didn't like me that much. Which, I mean, I totally understand. She came by on a stream where I felt really good. So, I was like, I guess, more positive and stuff like that when... And that's what happens to most people. They come by on a stream where I'm feeling good and stuff like that. And then they're like, oh, this guy seems like decent. And then they asked me about, like, some fucking bullshit. Like, I think she asked me about politics. And she got my opinion on politics and how I hate everything to do with modern politics. And just people's opinions in general. I don't think opinions hold that much weight. I like to battle facts and design opinions and stuff when, at least pertaining to video games and shit, to get away from politics, because who the fuck cares? Politics are in such a disgusting place. Same with religion. Just brainwashing people to do your bidding. I don't get down with that. I'll never be down with that. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know why she left or why she never ended up coming back, but it doesn't bother me. It's most people that come by. You're one of the only people that stuck around, Hyro. You and Taters. But Taters doesn't stay around that long. He only ever comes by for like 15 minutes or so at a time and then goes to watch something else.
Politician, only puppets controlled by money.
Excuse me though, I need to use the bathroom and then I'll actually get back to playing.
That ass cause you're a cool guy. I don't know, I guess I am on a different state of mind than most people and am more open to logical thinking.
Back to the Dark Souls thing though, like, I don't even think Sekiro is on the same level as DS2 in terms of likable and replayable game design. Even though everyone talks it up so highly, you don't see a Happy Souls version of Sekiro. Because not only does Sekiro not have co-op, but Sekiro also just doesn't have the personality that you need in a game to make something like that. And that's not like trying to, oh, DS2 is better because Happy Souls animation exists. I'm using the Happy Souls animation purely as a frame of reference for the fact that at the end of the Happy Souls video, if you watch the entire thing, at the very end, they kill the last boss, and the guy looks over at the other dude and he's like, "You want to do it again?" And that is what I am talking about. That does not happen with Sekiro. That does happen with Souls games, though. And that is the major splitting point for me. No one, except for speedrunners who just want the clout of having done a speedrun of a really hard game, are going to play through the game more than 5 times.
The game once through.
Most people are going to play through the game once. I hate the fact that I've become the
Nioh 2 Last Chance trial more than I played Sekiro in the 2 months I've had it.
I just don't think that you can even compare those games. Sekiro is probably the best example of what do you call a Souls-like. Because people are going to call Sekiro a Souls-like just because it's made by From Software, even though it's further from a Souls-like than Nioh is. And Nioh's not even a Souls-like. Nioh not only is not a Souls-like, but also is the first game to make people who call Souls-like a genre look dumb as fuck. Because they clearly don't know game genres, because Nioh is a looter at its core. I don't give a fuck what anyone says. Nioh is an RPG looter. RPG looter action game. It's basically the third-person action game equivalent of Borderlands. Except for you have more gear to work with. That's why I like fucking DFO and why I mentioned it earlier. DFO is the fucking Borderlands of fighting games.
Order.
I don't know. It's like, there's so many fucking things that make a game different from another game, and Nioh is one of those games where if it didn't have the shrine system in it, people literally couldn't even call it a Souls-like. Because the only reason that they'd be calling it a Souls-like is because you dodge and lock on to enemies. But, again, as I mentioned to every single person, those mechanics existed before Souls games and are not Souls-born mechanics. That needs to be shouted at the rooftops and pinned to the top of every Dark Souls thread ever. Rolling and iframes.
You drink Estes flask.
Rolling iframes and a bunch of the other stuff are not Souls-like mechanics. They are mechanics within the Souls games. They are not mechanics unique to Souls games. Monster Hunter had iframe rolling in it long before Souls games did. Way before. You could argue that Souls games got the idea of that from Monster Hunter, because Souls games had a lot of elements inspired from Monster Hunter games slightly, like limb damage and cutting tails off. Bloodborne is the best example of them taking that to full stride. And people who try to say otherwise are purely just lying to themselves. People call roguelikes because the game Rogue was a unique game. It had no games like it at the time, and therefore games that mimicked it could be called like it. It had unique way of playing through the game where you died and had to restart from the beginning every single time, and everything was randomized. That is a unique type of game. Souls games are not a unique type of game. They existed before people coined the term Souls games. That's that will never not piss me off until like the day I die, unless people stop calling shit Souls games anytime soon. But if we're being honest, we both know that that's not going to happen. Hell, I'd be surprised if the next From Software game even gives you 3 healing items off the start of the game. It'll just be 1. It'll be like fucking Code Vein. Start with 1 or 2 healing items off the beginning. It's just like, here, complete this entire level without taking more than 3 hits worth of damage, dumbass. Oh, what's that? You can't do that? Well, too bad, because you have to.
Sekiro starts you off with 1.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't want to say I knew that, but I knew that, so. You could say that that's why I made that statement. If everyone loved Sekiro, then they obviously loved only having 1 healing item. We're Japanese. We don't know how to interpret game balance. We just nerfed Dark Sword 3 times. What's that? We added a whirligig saw into Bloodborne, but we didn't test how the L2 button worked?
Mechanic, LOL.
My favorite part about them is just the fact they do dumb shit like that. It's like, Whirligig Saw, when it was first added into Bloodborne, dealt so much more damage than it does currently. And that's because its L2 used to have a ridiculous amount of damage that it could output. Because they didn't think about how numbers work. At all. They didn't even remotely try to consider numbers. And because of that, they released it where they clearly didn't test it. And you could basically just melt people by walking up to them and just holding L2. Not only could you melt people, you could stun lock and melt just about every single enemy in the game.
I was literally arguing about the same thing. The game isn't hard, it just strips away everything to make it artificially harder.
Yeah, it takes all the RPG out of it. It's just an action game. That's the divider, like I was saying. That's where people who like RPGs aren't going to like Sekiro, and people who like action games where it's just pressing 2 or 3 buttons at the right time over and over and over again are going to love Sekiro. The only thing I would think that most people probably would argue could be deleted out of Sekiro is the death blow mechanic. Just don't have that mechanic. Because it doesn't make any sense. To have to death blow someone twice. Do you know what the word death blow means?
Like
from
you
Soft?
have to perfectly parry 4050 times everything or you get punished.
I wouldn't call the game not hard, though. It's just hard in the same reason playing a rhythm game on Expert is hard. You have to time everything perfectly, and 2 or 3 missed notes mean the song is gonna fail.
Except the death blow gives you invincibility windows while in it, so when you re-surrounded in a boss fight you have a second to breathe in.
Yeah, but you could argue the same thing with parries and backstabs in Dark Souls. I don't think that that necessarily makes the game mechanic worth it. I just think that that makes it even more ridiculous, the fact that that is even a thing. Oh, in this stealth action game, as long as I get the death blow on someone, 5 people can be swinging at me at once and I don't take damage. It's just like... There are certain elements of FromSoft games where it's just like, come on.
Yeah, LOL.
They only do that because their games are so poorly designed that if they didn't make it invulnerable, you'd die trying to death blow every other enemy. That's the only reason why they do that. Everything kills you in 2 to 3 hits, so they have to make you invulnerable. Game of the year! You know what I think of when I think Game of the Year? That.
But I need that shit because I can't process the game sometimes.
Yeah. I was just eating some stuff and just chilling back. I was getting fucked in the game anyways. I just wanted to chat for a bit. Even if I was chatting for like an hour. I don't care. It doesn't bother me. People don't watch me for gameplay. They watch me for gameplay, they just watch someone else who's better than me. There's like 50,000 other people who are better than me at this game.
Non-existent because the amount of just pure reaction without thought is ridiculous.
He's probably one of the types of people that, like I said, doesn't have an internal monologue when he thinks. Like, his thinking is just when he's talking. Like, honestly, sometimes I don't think there's any... You could just... If you could take a scan of Emil's brain half of the time, I think you'd just find the sound of crickets. And I don't mean that because he's empty-headed. He just doesn't seem to think.
Yeah, I do have to agree he does think while talking.
It's one of those things that makes me realize, like, why he just suddenly says random things. Because he can't just think it, he has to, like, say it. Some people are like that, where they can't, like, think thoughts. Like, speak in their own head, in their own voice, basically.
He thinks, but he thinks in the moment, and doesn't he react?
What do you... No, he's all reaction. It's the opposite of what you're saying. You're implying that he actually takes time thinking about stuff, but that's not... He just jumps in.
Sorry, yeah, only reacts.
You gotta have that space brain. Like I tell people, if you want to get good at games like that, what you got to do is you got to look at the screen without looking at the screen. You got to be looking at the entire screen. So you just stare at the center of the screen and you just go like fucking lazy-eyed. 1%. Like your brain power. Sorry, I can't do the brain power song. I can do the DuckTales moon theme though. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. I can partially do the moon theme. Not while I'm choking though. All right. I didn't even re-up on my oil earns, did I? No, because I'm a fucking idiot. Oh well. Cane is bad. The worst weapon. I'm a Reddit poster. Saw Cleaver's better. I press L1.
I'm back.
Oh, you missed the boss fight. It took less than 40 seconds. You can scroll back like a minute or two if you want to see it. And then just turn it back live.
You know what is the weirdest thing? I never even had the thought to compare Nioh to Dark Souls just cause they always felt different just. Then R won the game.
Look at that, no fall damage. I don't know what the fuck happened to my character. Why do I take no fall damage? Excuse me. I'll show you an easy way to kill these guys. They're weak to blunt.
I actually only gave Nioh a try because I saw someone on my friends list playing it, saw it was free, so I tried it out and enjoyed it. Also LOL.
It was free? I don't want to piss him off. I learned the hard way last time. I pissed him off on accident, and I regretted it. Well, actually, I intentionally pissed him off, but I intentionally pissed him off not knowing that he is a god among men.
The beta is what I meant.
Oh. And that was before you even met me, so you didn't even have the bias of having known me or anything. Double backstab. Wow, the tiny snakes are super resistant now. They don't take any damage. I wish this weapon was better than it actually is. This weapon would be so much...
I only stopped play DS because after Ing 3 the enemies were just ridiculous and would just be walking tanks and skipping all the enemies to F.
Yeah. That's what I always tell people. People always talk about Dark Souls enemy variety being a good thing. But then people don't end up fighting them because they're all fucking overpowered. Ooh, got him. Right. I don't know why I'm trying to take my time through this area. Or at all.
Know how I'd even beat this game as a 1-3-year-old. I went back to it 4 or so months ago with the meal and got past the big ass dude after indexing.
They're not that hard of games. Honestly, Super Mario games are way harder. And in my opinion, not as fun as games like this. Even with them being hard. Pig. Where are you, pig?
I was adjusted to being able to do so much more than just spam circle, and sometimes input Q times would also fuck me up. If I went back to it, I'd probably do better. Also sorry for not hopping on to co-op. I know you asked me but I got distracted with all the ranting and talking. Emoji happy tears, L.
Twimble. Very well, let me. Welcome, what? Very well. Welcome, what? Very well, let. Farewell, good.
fights the boss goober. Mic muted.
Oh yeah, sorry. God damn it. I was waiting for my health to regen, so I could still have 20 blood vials.
I literally did a 5-hour stream but failed to realize my Twitch crashed 2 minutes into the stream.
Oh, it doesn't like stop the stream on your console when the Twitch crashes? It doesn't like say like broadcast stopped or like pop up an error code?
Nope, it literally just stopped showing tipping on the top right, and the only way for you to know is if you dashboard or something, but since I didn't notice until I was about to end the stream. And went to Twitch and I had a 2-minute Bob emoji happy tears.
I don't have oil urns, so this isn't going to be super great maintenance, but good enough. No, what the fuck? Oh my god. I really can't use the cane there. Gotta use a better weapon that doesn't bounce off of the spiderlings' heads.
He means business when he brings out the Oreo.
No, it just doesn't bounce off of the spiders' heads.
So that's why other weapons need 2 hits for those spiders.
Bet you never seen Rom killed with a call beyond after being melted to nothing. You can actually one-round him with the whirligig saw. If I had the oil urn, he would have been one-rounded. I didn't have oil urns though. That's the difference in between oil urns and no oil urns with a fire weapon, and why I tell people that you just can't compare by having the weapon imbued. See, so, Hyro, you remember how I told you that the whirligig saw got nerfed?
People say ROM is hard.
You're looking at the post-nerf whirligig saw. Imagine if it wasn't post-nerf where it goes doot 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 with the damage. It used to just go doot 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 doot. Am I gonna fight Mikolash 2 times in the same stream? Exactly, character. I pressed the X button to cancel the menu and my character was like, fuck that. He's like, no way.
WTF, how is he not immune to Arcane?
The thing that you shouldn't be what the fucking about is how the Call Beyond targeted him out of all the spiders. And it actually hit him. And I didn't die to a spider just missile bombing me when there were like fucking 10 of them around me. That's the what the fuck part. The fact I pressed that button, like, oh, I'll just kill him with a ranged attack. I thought I had this on. I thought I was just gonna throw a purple gloop ball at him and he was gonna die. I was like, shit, I'm dead now. I'm dead because I pressed that button on accident. It's not like it would have taken me that much longer to get back to that same point. That boss, like I said, I should have brought oil urns. Not only would oil urns have made Vicar Amelia a lot faster, it also would have made him really fast. What level am I? I gotta be close to 300. Oh yeah, I got 12 more levels, but that I'll be in like the 800,000 to level up territory. I wonder if I'm going to get to that point before Nioh 2 comes out, because I definitely am probably going to be playing this until that comes out. I want to get to NG plus 7. That is my goal. Is to get to NG plus 7 and try to beat most of the bosses in that difficulty.
Chalice time.
What do you mean, chalice time? I'm not doing chalices. This isn't a new character. I've already done all that. How do you think I have this? Look at all those plus 10s.
4 souls.
This is the character that I was talking about with you, Hyro, where I had pretty much every weapon in the game leveled up to plus 10, and I still hit for baby damage when you summoned me in that one zone. I don't know why that was the case, but yeah, it's just like, why? Why do you hit for baby damage? Why, with literally the best stuff in the game, I join another person's game and hit for double-digit damage next to his damage, which one-shots an enemy? Like, Hyro was one-shotting enemies in his own game, but I would walk up to the enemy with my plus 10 weapon, smack it once, and do like 60 damage. And I was just like, what the fuck? Yeah, I'm at ROM. It doesn't take that long to play through Bloodborne. Bloodborne is the easiest game to speedrun in high difficulties. Doing NG plus 1 is the funnest part of Bloodborne. Because NG plus 1 lets you be OP without stuff in the game being too OP that it kills you instantly. Especially if you do chalices first like I did and get your character up to like level 200. That's where it really, really changes. I don't have the tonsil stone, so I can't let this amygdala touch me. Otherwise, I would go to the Nightmare Frontier. Also, I'm not at ROM. I'm past ROM, dude. Honestly, if it wasn't for the fact I talked for an hour, I could already be done the game. If Mikolash didn't take me forever. Honestly, he's the fucking gatekeeper of Bloodborne NG+. Every other boss is like systematic. He's just like, fuck you. I'm gonna do whatever the fuck I want, and if I decide to spam a call beyond into augur over and over and over again, there's nothing you can do, Joker. Haha. You can't even R1 me to death. In NG plus 7, he gets like fucking 15,000 HP, and you're just sitting there whacking him with a wet noodle for half of the fight, trying to not let him call beyond.
WTF, it took me forever to figure out where to go when I first played.
Bloodborne is the funnest Souls game though, as I always say. And it is why it's the only one I regularly come back to on a yearly basis.
I had Dustin tell me where to go, I did all the killing.
I think 2019 was the only year I didn't do a Bloodborne playthrough.
Cheater LOL, just kidding. Emoji zany face.
I played Bloodborne in 2019, but I didn't do a full playthrough of the game in that year. I did one in 2018 though. And 2017 and 2016. The 2016 one isn't really fully on YouTube. The only like streams that exist of those are like titled Sodium God and stuff like that, and they're like 30 to 45 minute streams that are a like bygone age of my low quality streaming that I used to do back then. A bygone age, I should say. If you want to hear what I was like 4 or 5 years ago, it'd be an interesting watch.
I just wanted to play the game for the achievement of beating it and never even beat it. I wanna listen to that. One 9 or 1 8-year-old Dustin.
Well, if you ever get bored, go and listen. Go and watch some of my Fallout streams, too, if you want to hear me at, like, some of my... I wouldn't say lowest of low. My lowest of low was definitely my Darkest Dungeon stream that I did last year. The Darkest Dungeon streams were definitely fitting of the title of the Darkest Dungeon game. Those were... That was a dark time for me. And that was like right before my lung collapse too. That was like a week or two before then. That was not a great time. But back then, I used to just talk.
If you stream name is Droxo11 Lives broadcast, I know that video that going to be hilarious.
No. I never did that. I always titled my streams.
Old Dustin.
I always titled my streams something. My old streams are mostly just like placeholder names, though. They're like I said, all my old streams are like Sodium God or like Salt Lord or Welcome to the Salt Mines or something like that.
You have one named that.
Do I? There shouldn't be one named that. If so, that's YouTube's problem, not my problem. Because I never pressed the start broadcasting
Binding
button.
of Isaac 1. Lol.
Oh yeah, that might have been a fuck up on the uploader part back when YouTube's uploader stream VOD to uploader was all glitched out. That's why a lot of my Fallout streams are missing. If you go back to that playthrough, there are like at least 10 or 12 of the Fallout playthrough videos that never actually made it to YouTube. So almost all of the streams had to be re-chronologicalized, to put it bluntly. Not that it actually needed to be, I just did it because I wanted it to be that way. Not that people have gone back and watched that shit. I wouldn't... If you want to know what my old streams were like when it comes to like my Fallout 4 playthrough or Bloodborne, it's basically just me sitting there for like 6 to 12 hours. Fallout 4, I spent 8 hours making a settlement one time. Because I knew a couple glitches that allowed you to place stuff in weird orientations. I even uploaded a tutorial video on how to do it. Just to show a couple friends of mine at the time that I was talking to, like, on the chat sites and stuff that I showed you, Hyro. And shit like that. I would make the little videos just to be able to link them or show them to people so that they could do it. It's half the reason why I have like 7-second Borderlands clips that are uploaded. Like, you're wrong. That's my favorite one. It's just all caps. You're spelt properly. So Y-O-U''RE. Wrong in all caps. And it's just the voice clip from Krieg after headshotting an enemy that goes, "You're wrong!" And I would just play that or put that in response to people's videos back when YouTube embeds on like certain websites would just autoplay. So you could just put that in and it would just
be right back though, Jesus.
Show that. And then I have how can I snap your neck if you don't have one? That's like a 7-second long clip. That's what a lot of my early stuff was just clips and random shitty live streams, because I didn't ever I didn't start making chronological live streams until I played my first Bloodborne playthrough. And like I said, most of that isn't even on the channel anymore because I had to delete it due to it getting fucked up with the VOD to video system that used to take place. That isn't a problem now. I haven't had a VOD fuck up in like 2.5 years. So, props to YouTube for at least making that system work correctly. Because you can't give props to them for a lot of things, but they made that work. And a lot of the things didn't used to work that great. And at least it works now. But, yeah, I always tell people to go check me out when I was younger, because I always tell people I haven't changed much in terms of the way that I think about things or the stuff that I say. And I don't mean that as like a good or a bad thing. People obviously should always change the way they think about things as they get older. And I've gotten a little bit more rational as I've gotten older. less overtly logical and more just rational and more of a person that tries to view stuff from every single perspective instead of one perspective. That's why I don't like politics, because politics just clash with that kind of mindset. I didn't always talk a lot on my older streams as well. Sometimes there would be 30-minute periods where I wouldn't say a word, and then something would just come to my brain. Like, I'd just be thinking while playing, and I'd just be like, I'm talking about this now. Or, I gotta say something about this. Not that it would have any impact or anyone was even listening at the time. Because most of the time I didn't have any viewers of my old streams. Or if I did, it was like my friend John or something stopping by for like 5 to 10 minutes to say hello and then leaving. He stopped by some of my Dark Souls streams back in the day. But that, like, he stopped doing stream stuff as well, because he's initially what even got me into doing streaming. I credit him to that mostly because I used to show up on his live streams and showed up on a couple of his that are still uploaded currently. Some of the other ones have been taken down due to like copyright issues or whatever because of music or dumb shit. But there's a couple of, if you want to see me playing Borderlands with a guy who's clueless about playing Borderlands, go and look up, oh, fuck. Psychocybin Gaming. There you go. Go look up Psychocybin Gaming and look up Borderlands 2 with Dr. Roxo 11. Because that's what my YouTube channel name was called at the time. And it's me playing as Krieg, with him playing as the Gunzerker, who never gunzerks. He never uses his action skill. And I'm basically doing everything. Because he's afraid of killing me because I had the skill where it took friendly fire to get my rampage back. It was just so fucking funny. We played it for probably 9 hours doing some of the DLC stuff and then never played it again. Or he never wanted to play it again, I should say. But those were interesting times. I've also been on radio stations before. I was offered recently to go onto a radio station, but I declined because, like I told the person that offered me, I'm not a person that's fit for radio. I'm not good at commentary. I'm good at talking about a subject, but I'm not good at just being like, and here's this band at blah-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And it's just like, I can't do that shit. But I have been a guest before. Fuck, I can't even remember the name of the radio station, even though it was literally today that happened. It was like 8 hours ago. It was like CCWX or something like that. Something country radio. It's like a small radio station up here in the Northeast. Not that being on radio is even like there's much validation behind it. Like if I put my name out there, I don't do any like useful things for most people around here. It's not like them knowing I exist does anything. And like I said, I don't have a radio personality. Not like the person who asked and offered me to go on as a guest was. And he only offered me to go on as a guest because he knows that I have a lot of random knowledge about things. And they always get into talking about stuff, and they like having someone there that actually knows if what they're talking about is true or can lend a better like perspective on things. But it's like I told him, I don't like doing that because some people just don't like the truth. And as much as I love to be in that position where I can talk to a much wider perspective of people, most of the people around here who listen to radio are 40-plus-year-old like Christian Americans. You can't swear on the radio, so half of my I'd be sitting there like, this thing that was shit, this thing was crappy, or this, like you have to skirt around the bush so much in modern radio and stuff like that. Especially on their radio station. So I was just like, as much as I'd love to do it, I wouldn't even know where to begin. I told them if they ever need someone there to just learn about audio, stuff like that, I'd gladly take the position of being the guy who moves the fadeaway slider up and down and stuff like that. But outside of that realm, I'm not cut out for it. Which is weird because, like I told them, I live stream almost every single day where I talk, but I suck at talking. And the way that I talk pisses a lot of people off, which inherently is not a likable trait in someone you want to be listening to on a regular basis if you're some random ass person from the middle of nowhere. Hell, I find it weird that he even gets to run a segment on the radio, because he didn't seem like he was a radio person. But you never know when people find something that they actually like doing, how good they're going to be at it. I don't know, it's interesting. I asked if any of it was recorded and uploaded because, like, it's one thing to have it be live, but it's like, I don't want to fuck up on a radio show and then have that go onto the internet for everyone to know, like, oh, this fucking guy from this random YouTube channel showed up in this broadcast recording of an audio-only radio show that was uploaded onto YouTube 7 years ago or something, when I'm like much older than I am now. And it's like, I don't want to I already have that with my YouTube channel. My own YouTube channel is already me that has dug my own grave, but it has very limited exposure, and most people who come by hear me start raging for a couple seconds and don't even listen to the entire thing anyways. So it's not like
wow,
it has...
Jesus, your voice difference is insane.
Well, that is a different sized room. The area where I used to play games was like a master bedroom. It was very wide and open, and I always had a fan kind of blowing in my direction, so it kind of muffled the mic a little bit. I used the same mic then that I do now. Well, it's not the same mic. That mic actually broke about a year ago when I was playing DMC5. It started cutting out and being all weird, so I had to buy the one that I'm using now.
Yeah, you sounded younger though.
No, I just sound like I hadn't downed 500 cigarettes yet. You can hear me in those live streams though, because those live streams were done before I lived in a place where I couldn't smoke inside. So you constantly hear, like, every 30 to 45 minutes, lighter flick, You'll hear me like drag off of the cigarette very regularly. You can even, at some point in time in the Fallout playthroughs, hear me take tokes out of my old bong when I used to smoke weed like that. But I don't do that anymore. I've like slowed down on doing just about everything. I still smoke cigarettes, obviously, but even that I've toned down a lot. I do it way more in social environments. I could sit at home like watching YouTube videos, like playing a game on my own time, and I wouldn't smoke a cigarette for like 2 to 3 hours. But the second it comes to like social stuff or even streaming, I don't know why, but I don't know. I get like fucking anxiety and shit like that. Way more when I'm streaming, when that didn't used to be the case. And that's why a lot of the time I don't stream now if I don't feel like streaming. If I feel like I'm going to be anxious when I'm streaming, I just don't stream. That's why I didn't stream the other night. With like the last couple hours of Last Chance Trial, I just didn't feel good. And like the idea of doing it was just making me like anxious and like thinking about a bunch of other stuff at the time too. So I was just like, nah. Not gonna do it. I'll just be sitting there silent, angry guy that's just fucking swearing at everything. Because my voice hasn't changed much outside of the fact that it's become more gravelly because of the smoking. Hasn't really gotten that much deeper though. And that also depends on the day. Like I told you like a week or two ago, my voice changes on a regular basis. Some days my voice is like more higher pitched than others. Some days my voice is bassy like it is now. I don't know why. I probably have a voice that changes more on a regular basis than most people.
Yeah, it has spaced down a little today.
Yeah, I couldn't even tell you why that is. It's not like I'm actively trying to do it. It's not like I'm talking like... I'm not like trying to purposely do it. It's just... my voice goes through these like ups and downs, to put it in the easiest of forms. And it's been like that ever since back then. You'll hear streams from back then. It's like my Nioh 1 playthrough was 2 years ago at this point. And it's like that's like different than 4 years ago. And stuff like that. And then if you go all the way back to like my Fallout tutorial video, or any of those where you get to see me like being very awkward trying to explain stuff, those are where you really see like the differences and stuff like that. Now I've become more comfortable with it, where the point where I just treat speaking as if I'm just talking to someone. I don't know, for a while I always had a problem with cameras and stuff like that. But that's also partly due to a self-esteem problem, and it's kind of like why I don't do... why I probably won't ever do a face cam. Not unless I get my teeth redone and get like some of the shit on my face like fixed.
I remember that one time my balls dropped in the middle of me talking and you and me immediately noticed, LOL.
I don't think that was me you were talking to. I think that might have been someone else. You've sounded the same since I met you, if I'm being completely honest. Since the first
what we were doing, but I just randomly got a super deep voice and you were like, whoa, WTF.
Again, I don't think that was me. I really don't think that was me, dude. You sounded the same to me since the first time you said sup back when I knew you as Southside Jerome.
It was a year ago though. Also, yeah, my voice doesn't age. Southside Jerome, emoji cool smile.
I don't remember anything about balls dropping or saying anything like that.
Even though I am not even from the South.
It's just fucking weird, dude. You're the person who probably said it if I was in the party and not me. I ain't a weirdo, cuh.
Me and you both noticed.
No. I don't forget a lot, dude. You can't even remember what you had for dinner last night, yes. Hyro.
Well, you forgot now.
You couldn't even remember what you had for lunch today.
Chicken and rice.
Is that a critter? In my neighbor's yard? What is that? Oh, it's a skunk. That's great.
Grilled chicken and the other banana thing that is similar but not a banana. I know what it is called in Spanish, but I don't know what is the English draw.
He's probably out because it's not freezing out. Fucking skunks. Hell no. Floofy boy, because it's a winter skunk. Super floof.
Plantain chips.
It looks like it's digging in the snow, but I don't know for what.
But not really big chips.
It's like probably about 100 feet away from me right now. I'm just watching it dig in the snow. Found something.
But
it's
really
like half
big
under the snow at
chips.
this point. Well, it got whatever it was trying to get, or got disinterested. Now it's going back to the hole where it came out of. And it's gone. I wonder if it saw or heard me. I need to be right back real quick. I need to put a rag on my eyes and then I'll get back to actually playing instead of just fucking around and talking. Since I seem to love doing that now. I won't do that as much once Nioh 2 is out. But yeah, I'll be right back.
Yeah, hopefully I'll be able to CO op with you on release on stream with the expedition.
Alright, I'm back. Can I do the skip? Got the skip. You see that? You see that? Ew, why are you talking like that? But you see that? Are you still here, Hyro?
No, I went to sleep.
Oh, fuck. Well. Wait, just like another 3 more minutes.
I am using my telekinesis. I don't know how to spell it, LOL.
You know how to spell kinetic? Kinetic energy.
Kinetic.
Alright. Now, telekinesis.
Telekinetic. Telekinesis. Nice.
Except for telekinesis is actually spelt with an E, if I remember correctly. Oh wait, no it isn't. It's spelt with an I. Telekinesis. I didn't know if the kin part was spelt differently. But yeah, I was right. My first instinct was right, and I second guessed myself. Fuck, what am I doing? God damn it. Sorry. I'm distracted by language. Fucking retard.
Hopefully you're re-on by 1-2 or so since that's when I'll be on.
Well, yeah.
I'll probably head up in the next 20 minutes or so.
Mm-hmm. I'll stop in another hour. Keep running past it. There we go. Try and remember that skip when we... Wait, no, I think we already... Did we already do the Great One Reborn? I know we did Rom the Vacuous Spider.
No. Just finished Rom. And I went to the DLC.
Oh yeah, that's right. You fucked around there for a while trying to beat Ludwig. Oh! No idea where that guy went. So nice not taking fall damage. that's without having maximum beasthood. If I had dumped all my insight, so I could have had maximum beasthood, I could have done 20,000 damage there.
Those double hits are nutty.
Yeah. But Kane is bad, remember that. Just remember that. Okay. The double hits are nutty, also because the cane has such stamina efficiency on top of serration damage that benefits from fire and having the oil urn. And I didn't even re-oil urn him at the end, because the oil urn ran out about halfway through that combo chain. Bordeaux. I think is how you pronounce that. Or Bordeaux. Whatever. Stupid dress. Making me feel unintelligent. The wrong way. I wanted to get to Ludwig.
I can understand not know something is good, but ignoring something is good hurts more. It is like me with the Ryo Yokai ability only figure in.
My frenzy bar is so tiny.
Fiends, their children too. And their children forever true.
Let's speedrun to Ludwig. The speedrun strat is to not actually run up by the dogs, but to actually run down through here. Because the hunter is slower to react. I need the thing that's in here. He just hit for 1,000 damage. On enemies. show you one of the best ways to deal with these guys. And then straight to Ludwig. You can double backstab. Never mind, it didn't work that time. Sometimes it doesn't work. And when it doesn't work, you run away. Ooh. This is where it gets hard.
It feels so much smaller when you were just passing everything by.
That's because they aren't that big. It's why speedrunning these games takes less than an hour. I mean, when you're a god. But even a person who's mediocre at this game could definitely complete it within a day, very easily. All they need to do is play the game a couple times and just learn where stuff is. That's all you need to know. When you fight every enemy, you add an extra 30 seconds to a minute onto every inch of the map you, like, explore, pretty much. Oh, it's picking up that loot or getting close to that loot that triggers that fucking bitch. You ready? Are you ready for me to get one shot? I'm ready. No, why did I stand there? I shouldn't have gone for... I was going for the greedy visceral. I was trying to pop his head, but it wasn't enough. Cain makes him look so easy because the cane just destroys him. Destroys his every hope and dream. But Cain is bad. Cain's one of the worst weapons in the game, remember that. No, that's what I didn't want to have happen. Don't jump. Don't jump. Don't jump. Don't jump. Don't jump. Don't jump. No, red guy. No, I couldn't get the visceral. Just R1.
You were at my side all along. My true mentor, my guiding moonlight.
Elderman. Eat my head off.
Have a good one, dude.
Saya.
The second phase is normally the easy one. He was also giving me very terrible RNG, which is usual whenever I play any video game. Follow Mikolash for 7 minutes straight. I dodged that. This is going shit. There we go. Stop comboing that. You are being the most fucking annoying version of yourself you possibly can. What is with the game? Let me have the visceral attack, please, once. I'm dead. Yeah. Never mind. Cool. The indestructible wooden chair of trolldom. Now I can go to the boss. Shut up, Amelia. Idioso. Fuck those fucking delayed attacks. It would be one thing if they were all the same speed, but since they all differentiate in speed, I just can't ever... I can't ever get it. And I hate multi-hitbox bullshit. That's why I fucking hate Gale. So stupid. Just make the fucking fire and part of their normal weapon damage. Don't make it a separate fucking ass hitbox. Just makes it fucking annoying. Every fucking time I get to the end, I've died to one of those stupid fucking attacks. I should have just kept R1 mashing. I would have had just as good a luck. God damn it.
Would you be able to help me with German?